Did you drive for Amazon Flex? Amazon is accused of underpaying drivers, and that means you could be eligible for thousands in unpaid wages.
Back or
We can clear, you know.
You ready to start letting me know?
I'm not ready. You can go ahead and let them in. So we don't have to do that when I'm ready.
Yes, ma'am. Well, do this right over there.
Make sure your phones are turned off when it's out of your pocket at all times.
That's your warning right there. As soon as it goes off, you're off the board, that's the warning.
We reviewed, going for the record, we reviewed a series of maybe about 12 photographs or something. I think 10 of them are order or something, close to the face of the pool of blood and things like that. Only one, just following Mr. Evans. No, you're fine. It's hard to hear her with the thing. Yeah. Wait 1 second, Iris.
Anything else we need to take up before the sheriff comes in?
No, Your Honor. The next witness is Terrence Dabney, who is a case officer in the case, and both parties, I think, are going to use him as a witness with regard to various of the crime scenes and various of the videos and evidence. So I do expect him to be a rather lengthy witness.
See, you're back. You want to go ahead and call him? You can bring the jury in.
Go through the videos first, and then we'll back up and put. Can we go overhead first? Yeah. Let's go overhead first. Well. Yeah. Let's go overhead first. Would they have to switch back and forth? Dabney, D-A-B, and it's probably 20 minutes, maybe 20 or 30.
We're ready.
Jury's now entering into the courtroom.
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
I hope everybody had a good night.
Yes, ma'am.
State, call your next witness.
Terrence Dabney.
Stand right here, sir. Face your honor and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
I do.
Have a seat, sir. Watch it.
All right, tell us your name first.
Terrence Dabney.
And spell your first and last name for the benefit of the court reporter.
First name Terrence, T-E-R-E-N-C-E. Last name Dabney, D-A-B-N-E-Y.
Looks like, or I know that you're doing good and bad at the same time. First, the bad. What happened with your arm?
Rotated cuff surgeries.
Okay. So you probably are going to be up there for a little while.
Okay.
All right. Going to run through some of the various crime scenes with you, some of the various aspects of the investigation. So try to get as comfortable as you can, even with your arm. But I know you're doing good now too, because you're retired. Is that right?
That is correct.
Retired from MPD.
That is correct.
How long were you with MPD?
26 years.
So 26 years. I'd say you earned it. In 2021, where were you assigned in MPD?
I was assigned to the homicide unit.
All right. And what did you do in homicide back in 2021?
I was an investigator in the homicide.
In homicide here in Memphis, do you get a case and you're the only person that works on the case?
No,
Do y'all work in teams?
we work in teams.
And were you one of the case officers on this case?
I was.
Would you assign and delegate people to do various things in the investigation?
I do. Delegate people.
You're actually from Memphis, aren't you?
I am.
What neighborhoods did you grow up in?
I grew up in Claiborne Home, Castaic.
And Claiborne Homes is downtown Memphis.
Correct.
And in the Castelia neighborhood. And we've heard some testimony about the Castelia neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know Dolph at all?
No, sir.
Older, is that right?
Older, much older.
All right. November the 17th of 2021, did you have occasion to be brought in with regard to a homicide call?
I was.
Specifically to an address on Airways, Makita's Cookies.
Correct.
Did you know where that was?
Yes.
What area of town is that?
It's in the southeast part of town, Airways and Ketchum area.
If I tell you that the call went out at 12:24 p.m. in the afternoon, about what time would you have arrived at the scene?
Possibly around 1 by the time you get the call and travel to the scene.
By the time you get to the scene, are there uniformed patrol that's already there?
It is.
Are there medical personnel and things like that
Yes.
already there?
Yes.
When you get there, what are your duties?
My duty is to gather fact information from the reporting officers, delegate other investigators to do, canvass the area for video and just handle, process the scene.
When you arrived on the scene, were there people around in the street and everything?
Yes, there were people everywhere.
Everywhere?
Around.
Were there officers attempting to control the crowd and keep people off the actual parking lot of Makita's?
Yes, it was.
And was that being done?
Yes, it was.
Were there a lot of bystanders and everything looking on and everything else?
It was.
Is this scene almost like any other that you had been to in your 26 years?
That scene was, there's a lot of people out there.
You get there, and you say your job is to try to figure out what evidence exists and delegate.
Yes.
Is that right?
Correct.
You mentioned one thing, video. Is that right?
Video.
Are y'all interested in collecting any video that may be around there?
Any video that would help in the investigation.
And in fact, did y'all collect video from the cookie store itself?
We did.
And did it show the outside of the business?
It did,
And did it show the inside of the business?
as well as the inside.
Were y'all also interested in sort of crime scene stuff?
Yes.
Did you delegate a crime scene detective to collect physical evidence and document physical evidence?
We did. We had collecting and processing.
And did they also take pictures of the scene out there?
They did.
Would you have delegated or interacted with any of the witnesses who were on the scene?
Yes. Witness, victims. We have investigators to take them down to headquarters and take statements.
Okay. And without getting into what these people, said, did y'all talk to Marcus Thornton, Dolph's brother?
We did.
Did y'all talk to the cashiers there at Makeda's?
We did.
Did y'all locate any other witnesses right there in the surrounding scene that had information?
No.
Video, crime scene, locate whatever witnesses we have.
Correct.
That address on Airways is Makeda Cookies. You described the area of Memphis is in, that's in Memphis, correct? And is that also in Shelby County?
It is.
I'm going to start with the crime scene there. I'm going to pass you a series of photographs. You just look at them, tell me what's pictured in each one, and place it face down on that table next to you.
This photo is a front picture of Makeda's cookie shop. Officers there processing the scene, broken glass. They have victim's car.
Very good. Place
Corvette, camouflage color.
Okay, you can place that face down. We're going to review these with the jury afterwards, so I'll ask you questions about them afterwards.
This one is the photo of the address, 2370 of Makeda's cookie shop, with defects to the glass, bullet holes.
Okay.
This one is the inside front counter area of Makeda's cookie shop.
Okay.
This one is another front view of the cookie shop, Makeda's cookie shop. We have evidence markers on the ground where we have shell casings, along with the victim's Corvette camouflage. Another closer picture of the front of the cookie shop, evidence markers, broken glass, and casings.
Okay. At this time, if you can just place it, so that's fine. With the next couple pictures, you can just place it where you see it, and we'll show it to the jury later.
Okay. This is a picture farther back from Makeda's cookie shop toward the street, Airways, with evidence markers with casings on it. This photo is inside the business of Makeda's with bullet holes going through the walls and doors. This one is a victim lying on the ground.
And when you arrived on the scene, was the victim still there?
Yes, he was.
Did you observe him positioned like that?
Yes, sir.
Do you see evidence of medical intervention on him there?
Yes, he has the bleeds on his body.
When you arrived, were they still trying to resuscitate him or get anything, or was that process over?
The process was already. This photo is a photo inside the cookie shop. We have evidence markers. We have victims' chain that he was wearing inside a flower pot. It has PRE on it. This is a close-up photo of PRE charm that he had on his necklace that's inside a flower pot.
All right. My approach real quick, Judge.
Yes.
For the record, the last picture he looked at has already been marked as State's Exhibit number 3.
Thank you.
I'm gonna have,
All right, this first photo is, has been described as the front of the Makita's Cookies with the victim's car. A couple of officers in the scene. We'll mark this as exhibit number 28. Next photo is a close-up of the address of Makita's Cookies, 2370. We'll mark this as exhibit 29. The next photo is what's been described as the inside front area of Makita's Cookies, exhibit number 30. Mr. Evans, it's never too late. Any objection to these photos?
Yes, Your Honor, no objection to this.
The next photo is the front view, again, of the parking lot in the front of Makita's Cookies with the evidence markers in the victim's car. The markers is number 31.
Judge, and you haven't gotten to the photograph yet, but the one we referenced earlier is in that stack. I would renew my objection as well.
Yes, sir. When I get to it, I'll make note of that. The next photo has been described as a closer picture of the front of Makita's Cookies with several evidence markers and glass and defects to the window. We'll mark it as exhibit number 32. The next picture is the front of the shop with the victim's car and evidence markers. It's a further view. It's a picture that's taken a little further out. We'll mark this as exhibit number 33. The next pic is the inside of the building with the picture of the restroom door with the bullet holes in the door. We'll mark this as exhibit number 34. The next picture is a picture of the victim, Adolph Foreman, lying on the ground with markers of evidence of life-saving measures in front of the window. We'll mark this as exhibit number 35, and note for the record, there's been a previous motion for the court to exclude that picture under Rule 403. And the defendant still objects to that for the record. Mark that as exhibit number 35. Exhibit number 36 will be a picture of the inside of the cookie shop with the chain on the floor marked with evidence marker number 53 and several other evidence markers. This is exhibit number 36. The next picture is exhibit number 3. It's already been marked as exhibit number 3. The picture of the charm, PRE, in the flower pot.
my approach and have this, Your Honor.
You may.
Mr. Gabby, we're gonna show these to the jury and ask you some questions as we go, okay?
Yes, sir.
You need a pointer?
Supposedly, this one right here works. So we'll see.
Yes, sir.
picture's so blurry on the overhead. Maybe we resume the lights. We're gonna have to go sort of old school
All right.
on this one. Could I have the witness step down, Your Honor?
You may.
Hold this here. We'll start standing here, and I'm gonna ask you some questions about it, and then you can walk down and display it to everybody. After you testify, maybe we'll pass them as a stack to the jury. Okay? Oh, it's hard for you to hold them up, isn't it? With that, or am I gonna do? I'll do this for you. Okay. Tell me what we're looking at in this photograph here.
This is the front of Makita's Cookie Shop here. You see the name there. You see officers getting down process the scene. And that's Adolph Thornton's Corvette, the camouflage color.
Okay. And if I'm interested in this area here in front of the store, in front of this glass window.
Those were bullet casings and glass, broken glass on the ground.
Okay. And in particular, what kind of shell casings are found outside that window where we see the officers bending down?
On the outside, we had 40 caliber shell casings, and we also had 7.62.
Okay. And let me ask you about that. Is that two entirely different calibers?
Yes.
Two entirely different sizes?
Yes.
Is 40 caliber characteristic of a handgun?
Characteristics of a handgun, it is.
And then is a 7.62, is that characteristic of something else?
Of a assault rifle.
An assault rifle. Okay. And have you watched the video obtained from McKinnon's?
I did.
Is it clear that one suspect is firing at what you would call an assault rifle?
It is.
And is it clear that the other one's firing what you characterize as a handgun?
That's a handgun, yes.
Mr. Hagerman,
Yes, ma'am.
it never fails that something goes wrong with our tech. Is that your tech person that just came in?
She is.
Can
We'll
you
see,
see
we'll
if
see
she
how we
can
do
help
here.
you?
I would prefer that way too. So
Yes.
let's see.
So we can all see what's going on, because I was gonna have to get over there, and Mr. Evans was gonna have to get over there, so. Technology is good, but we get used to it until it doesn't work.
And then, yeah.
Oh, that's good.
Oh, that's real good. That's real good.
Look, all you have to do is turn it off.
The on and off thing worked. This is that picture we were just looking at,
You
right?
didn't have to see.
That's much better.
Don't go far.
I was asking about this area right here, is that correct?
Correct.
And you said that we found two types of casings in that area?
Two different types. We had 40 caliber casings, and we also had 7.62.
Okay, and 40 caliber is the handgun casing, 7.62 is that assault rifle casing?
It is.
And this is the victim's car, is that right?
It is.
And this is where we walk in and out of the business?
The answers.
And this is a little side area?
It is.
And later we're going to see the victim lying in this little side area, is that right?
That's correct.
The front of the store?
Front of the store with the address 2370 of Makita's Cookie Shop. We also have defects in the glass, bullet holes in the glass of the door.
And we'll see this with a later picture, but let me go ahead and ask you about it. Do we find casings from inside the store where Dolph's brother was firing back from?
We did, found 9mm.
Okay, and that's an entirely different type of handgun too, is that
It
correct?
is.
So we have 9mm casings inside the store.
Inside.
We have 40 caliber casings outside the store, and we have 7.62 casings outside the store.
Correct.
And on a later picture, I'll ask you about one more set of them.
Yes.
Counter area of the store.
Front counter area, inside of the business.
For perspective, the cashier's booth or whatever, would the register would be right around here, is that right?
It is.
Mr. Hagerman, if you can tell us what exhibit number you're using, please.
Going in order, this is 30. 31. That same outside area, is that right?
Same outside area from a different angle. See victims, fronting up the victim's vehicle, Corvette. And see the glass, some of the glass is broken out of the front windows with bullet holes.
Glass broken out here,
Yes.
and bullet holes throughout this glass, is that right?
It is.
This is the next number exhibit, 32. Closer in.
It's a closer picture of, like I said, the shattered glass with bullet holes, and you have markings on the ground with broken glass and shell casings of the 40 caliber 7.62 round.
And later on, when we see the victim's body, is it going to be in this area here?
It is, right in there.
Okay. And when we see flower pot, like with his necklace and things like that, over this area?
Further to the left over there, yes. This view is a view that's farther back from the entrance of the business of Makita's. On that ground there, it's closer to the street of Airways. On the ground, you have evidence markers with shell casings there. And we found 2.26 rounds.
223 maybe?
2.23, I mean, I'm sorry.
Okay. So if we're gonna, I think now we've accounted for all the casings.
Yes,
So let's start from inside the store. There are 9mm casings from Dolph's brother, is that right?
inside of this.
There are semi-automatic 7.62 casings from one of the shooters.
Correct,
There's 40 caliber casings from another of the shooters.
correct.
And then there are these 223 casings, and is that a type of semi-automatic weapon?
Yes,
Dolph's brother, he runs it.
That's exhibit number 1.
That's exhibit number 33.
Thank you.
This is 34. What are these things?
that's inside of the business. You have a door, entry door into the bathroom. It leads to the hallway that leads to the bathroom. It has bullet holes and shattered glass on the door.
And perspective from inside the store, the register's over here.
Correct, it is.
We're about to see a picture of the victim's body, and it's going to be in the area of this little side area, is that right?
Correct.
I'm going to go out of order to exhibit 36. Is this that little side area?
That's the little side area we referred to earlier. We have a flower pot there with its charm off of his necklace that says PRE. His necklace is down towards the bottom of the photo.
And then
Your marker is 53.
And if we were to come this way down a little bit, would we see the victim's body?
We would.
Close up, already marked, states exhibit 3, the PRE charm or whatever.
Yes.
I'm going to do this one a little different. Families in the courtroom. Officer Downey, if I may publish this to the jury, just myself, Your
You
Honor.
may.
This is a graphic photo, correct?
Yes.
This is a picture of the victim laying there in that area that you just described.
It is.
He is still in his clothes,
Yeah,
but there's evidence of medical intervention.
correct.
But that was over, obviously by the time of the picture, but when you were there, he was deceased.
Correct.
This is
Exhibit number,
exhibit number 35. Y'all obtained the videos from out there?
We did.
And were you able to view those that day?
We did.
Let me show you a still shot from the video, ask you if you recognize it.
This is a still shot from the video of outside the front entrance of Makita's Cookie Shop, which shows victim's Corvette. It also shows a white Mercedes that's pulled in behind the victim's Corvette. It's a two-door. On the Mercedes, you see it has some damage on the passenger side rear. You have two suspects. One is armed with a assault rifle, what appears to be an assault rifle. He's wearing a mask over his face, a cotton mask, like wearing a blue hoodie with some sweats, gray sweats, and some shoes. And the other suspect, he's wearing a black baseball cap, but has Bass Pro on it. Also has his face covered. Has a black hoodie, some gray sweats. Gray sweats has a little, I guess, insignia on it. He also has some dark colored shoes with white on them.
All right. Oh, go ahead, that marked as 66 number exhibit, Your Honor.
the witnesses testified that this is a still shot from the video camera outside of Makita's Cookies with two people, one standing still with an assault rifle with hoodie and mask, and another one running with what appears to be a gun in his hand, a smaller gun with two cars, the Corvette and white Mercedes in the back. We'll mark this as exhibit number 37.
No objection.
Thank you.
You could already tell that when I handed it to you, I just said still shot, and you looked at it like an investigator, telling me details that, I guess, matter to you. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
This is exhibit 37. And y'all had this on day one of the investigation, is that right?
We did.
First thing you mentioned, I think, was one shooter with, is that an assault rifle?
It is.
And would that be consistent with the gun that shoots those 7.62 casings?
Correct.
This window, is that the one you saw busted out with the pictures that we just saw?
It is.
With the victim lying here?
Yes,
And this would this be that side area of the store?
it is.
From that first day, y'all would have this image of the suspect with the 7.62, is that right?
It is.
Hoodie, does he appear to be wearing gloves?
He's wearing gloves.
Sweatpants,
Sweats.
white shoes, mask.
Yes.
Second suspect, kind of gun here,
Yes.
handgun.
Handgun.
Handgun consistent with 40 calibers that you would have seen here?
Yes.
We're still operating with some blur, but gray sweatpants, is that correct?
That's correct.
Black shoes, white soles.
Yes.
It's better in the picture than it is on the overhead. But you said something about a little white insignia, is that
like
correct?
a little insignia designer on sweats on the side there.
See it there. If I put the cursor on it, covers it up. We'll pass this around in a second. Black hoodie,
Black hoodie,
mask,
mask,
gloves,
gloves,
Bass Pro hat.
Bass Pro hat.
Suspect vehicle,
Yes.
what kind of car is it?
It's a Mercedes-Benz
Color?
white.
And you see it better in the photo than on the overhead, but what did you say about this back
It
area
has
here?
damage to the rear passenger side.
And these details we just went through, why are those, were those important to you that first day?
Yes.
And why is that?
So we can, be on the lookout for that type of vehicle with the damage that it has to it.
Okay, because that made that vehicle distinctive.
Yeah, stand out.
Would it be fair to say that there's no still shot or camera angle in which you can actually capture the suspect's entire faces?
No.
So from the first day, you do not have any type of facial identifications or anything of the two shooters?
No, we do not.
But you have clothing descriptions,
Clothing description.
gun descriptions,
Gun descriptions.
and suspect vehicle. I meant to ask this earlier, but it makes sense now. So a assault rifle like this can shoot 7.62 casings, is that
Yes.
right? A handgun like that can shoot 40 caliber casings?
It can.
If I've got casings that have been fired, and then I actually recover the guns, can I compare casings to guns to tell you, that 40 caliber casing came from that 40 caliber gun?
Yes.
We see that on TV sort of all the time, is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Is that something you do, or is that something that's done by other people?
It's done by other people.
Is it first done routinely by a computer system and microscope, stuff like that?
Yeah, it's just entered into the system that way.
Okay. And then later it can be sent to DPI or FBI to confirm that?
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. In this case, did y'all ever recover handguns? Did you ever recover the murder weapons in this case?
No, we did not recover any.
So you never had any guns recovered that matched these?
Match those two cases.
All right, we're going to change locales. Okay. At some point in this investigation, without sort of saying what the tip was or anything like that, was y'all's attention called to a white expedition?
It was.
And did that cause y'all to go to what was called the 2-lane apartments?
Yes.
And what did y'all do when y'all got the 2-lane apartments?
We we watch video.
Okay, did y'all obtain video from the two lane apartments?
2 lane apartments, yes.
Okay, and that's the address on Haven Court?
On Haven Court, yes.
Okay. I think we do need to play the Haven Court video. We're gonna get that video ready to play for you, Detective Dabney. At the Haven Court Apartments, were y'all interested in a particular woman that lived there?
Yes,
And was that Kiana Hopper?
it was.
And is she related to anybody involved in this case?
Yes, it was discovered that she was related to. So,
Was it discovered that she was Justin Johnson's cousin?
yes.
All right, got the video ready now. Haven Court Apartments, 1 p.m., 37 minutes after the murder. For the record, this is Exhibit 5 that's held open for all the videos, Your Honor. Who is this person, Detective?
But that would be the cousin.
The cousin?
Kiana.
What kind of car is that right there?
And that's the white Ford Expedition.
Kiana?
Kiana approaching the Expedition.
Two men outside? Go ahead.
Outside.
Go, Detective. Were you interested in those two men?
Yes, I was.
Tell me why you're interested in those two men.
And the clothing that they have on, you see the dark sweatshirt, the gray hoodie, the black hoodie, the gray sweatpants, shoes, matching the description of the suspects that were at Makita's Cookies.
Y'all obtained video not just of them arriving, but while they were there and then leaving. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Before they leave, what'll be this? They arrived 37 minutes after the murder. This is 54 minutes after the murder.
It is.
The expedition's still there, is that correct?
That's correct.
Suspects are still inside.
Still inside.
This Dodge Charger has just arrived.
Dodge Charger arrives and you see one of the suspects come out and walk to the Charger. received.
Charger just sort of repositions, but this man came outside, is that right?
Yes. Came out up to the rear of the
You
back.
interested in this man?
Yes.
Sweatpants?
Sweatpants, black shoes, white soles on. Leaning into the car.
He's got bags or
Bags,
something
yes.
now?
You see how his pants are sagging there a little bit. We have that was something that we looked at also.
In the homicide video, as he runs away, we can see his pants are sagging.
Yes,
Can we in fact see the color of his underwear in the homicide video?
yes, we can.
Is it also blue?
Yes. He gets into it and shuts the door.
Like a yellow article of clothing or something now?
Yeah, it looks like a yellow hoodie. He got
Is this apartment building here the one that Keanu Hopper lives in?
yes, it is.
In a video of the movie. We're now 93 minutes after the murder. Vehicle here's a Chevy.
It's a Chevrolet SUV, small SUV.
Do y'all get interested in that one too?
We did.
Expedition still there? You had a yellow article of clothing when you left that Charger?
Yes. It's what the one that appeared that he got out of the Charger. suspect gets in, Kiana comes up to the driver's door.
Is that right?
You walk out of view to the right, of video there.
Chevy's back.
Correct.
Suspect returns to the apartment complex.
She did.
Returns to the white expedition.
He did.
The Chevy track still there.
It's still there.
Kiana.
Kiana. He's leaving and the Chevrolet's leaving.
All right, the expedition got going and the Chevy tracks got going.
Yes.
One suspect in each, is that right?
Yes.
Y'all obtained the video, interested in talking to Kiana,
Yes.
interested in her cousin, interested in the white expedition, interested in the Chevy tracks, and who this other person may be. we are going to move. There's one thing I said I was going to do that I didn't do before. The still shot from the actual shooting from 37. We talked about how it was blurry up there, and there were things you were testifying about, and I couldn't quite get the pointer in the right place. And one of those was the fact you said there was a little insignia or something on the left thigh area of the sweatpants of the shooter who has the Bass Pro hat on. Is that right?
Correct.
If I could pass this around to the jury, Your Honor. It's hard to see on the overhead. With regard to the videos that we just watched from the two-lane apartments, did investigators make a timeline with still shots from the various things in that video?
We did.
Let me pass you this. You could just verify this is in fact that timeline from the Haven Court, what we also call the two-lane apartments.
This is said photo of the timeline. First arriving with a white SUV.
Yeah, if you just flip through it quick, does it appear to go from the start to the end?
It does.
Okay.
Start to the end. Another one where Keanu had walked out and walking back to the expedition. Also shows the two suspects getting out of the expedition and walking toward the front of the apartment complex. This one shows them inside the apartment, going inside the apartment. Also shows the Chargers pulling up. Shows one of the suspects walking out to the Charger and getting to the rear passenger side of the vehicle. Shows suspects retrieving plastic, two white bags, and then get inside of the rear seat of the Charger. Once he exits the Charger here, he's getting out with the two bags and a yellow hoodie in his hand and walk back toward the apartment complex. This one shows two suspects exiting the apartment complex with one with the yellow hoodie, one with the black hoodie, carrying bags, and Keanu is also with them. They walked up to, one of the suspects walked and got into the white Expedition, the other got and walked over to the Chevy Trax.
You know, we pose that as a collective exhibit. You can paperclip it or something, it's in order, so you could keep it like that.
This is 8 pages of still photos starting on November 17, 2021 at 12:58. Going to November 17, 2021 at 13:56. will mark this as a collected exhibit number 38.
All right, we're interested in Kiana's cousin, we're interested in a white expedition, we're interested in the Chevy Trax, but is there other stuff going on in the investigation too?
Yes, sir.
Does a tip come in with regard to a white Mercedes?
It did.
And does it call your attention to a particular place?
Yes, it did.
A small street in Orange Mound?
Yes,
Bradley Street, is that
Bradley.
correct?
correct.
1174 Bradley Street. What is at that location?
It's an abandoned home, and when we get there, we observed a white Mercedes parked in the rear. Had damage to the passenger side rear side panel.
And to put this in a chronology, would this have occurred on November the 20th, 3 days after the homicide?
Correct.
And would it be fair to say that 3 days after the homicide, behind that abandoned house on Bradley, y'all found the murder weapon?
We did.
I'm going to pass you a series of photographs. A couple of them, as you turn them over, a couple of them have been introduced already into evidence. So just read that number. Otherwise, just put them all face down on the table.
All right. This is the abandoned house on Bradley Street.
What neighborhood is that?
It's in Orange Mound, neighborhood in Orange Mound.
Did you become aware that there's a house across the street in which Mr. Hernandez Govan lived?
Correct, directly across the street.
Eventually, does Mr. Govan also become a suspect in this conspiracy to commit murder?
He did.
You can place it down.
That was exhibit 9. This photo here shows a closer picture of a vehicle in the rear of the yard parked between brush and trees.
So this vehicle is not parked in the driveway, is it?
No, it didn't. This is a close-up picture of the Mercedes showing the passenger side with the damage, which appears that the vehicle may have been sideswiped or something. It's a two-door white Mercedes.
The damage that you can see in the homicide video?
Yes, that's consistent with it. That's exhibit 10. This photo shows the rear of the Mercedes-Benz, which has an Illinois tag. Do I need to read the tag and everything?
Mm-hmm. You place it down.
This is a photo of the driver's side of the white Mercedes-Benz. And this is a photo of taken from outside of the Mercedes-Benz on the passenger side that shows the inside of the rear seats with a Mississippi DeSoto County tag on the rear seat.
It has like another license plate on the inside of it.
Yes.
Maybe even a couple, we'll see.
Yes. This is a photo of the passenger side of the white Mercedes-Benz, which is being processed in a crime scene tunnel.
Okay, so y'all take that car from the scene to the crime scene tunnel?
We did. And it also shows the damage to the rear passenger side, which is consistent with the suspect vehicle in the video at McKee's. And this is a rear shot of the white Mercedes, the trunk area after being processed. Another photo of the Mississippi tag, close-up picture that was in the rear seat of the white Mercedes-Benz. And And these are photos of 2 Illinois tags, license plates that were located inside of the white Mercedes-Benz.
2 more license plates
2
inside
more
the
license
car.
plates, yes, Illinois. Another close-up photo of the Mississippi license plate, DeSoto County. And this is for a photo of, close-up photo of the white Mercedes being processed by crime scene. This is the driver's side door of the white Mercedes-Benz after being processed. Has the letter A reading on it.
The letters that we're going to see written on it, like A, B, and C, is that something else crime scene people do?
That is.
Okay.
This is the photo of the driver's side rear side panel, which is indicated by the letter B. It's written in yellow after being processed. This is the passenger side door, and after being processed with the letter D written on it. And this is another close-up picture of the white Mercedes after being processed with the letter E written on it. And this is the a photo of the white Mercedes being on the passenger side after being processed.
I wonder if we'd offer those in evidence as state's next number 2.
No objection.
The first picture we have here has already previously been marked as exhibit number 9. The next picture is a picture of the rear of the Mercedes-Benz parked in a yard, kind of in a wooded area. We'll mark this as exhibit number 10, 39. This is where exhibit number 10 comes from. The next photo has been previously marked as exhibit number 10. The next photo we have here is the rear of, close-up of the Mercedes with the Illinois tag. We'll mark this as exhibit number 40. The next picture is a close-up of the driver's side of the white Mercedes in a yard. We'll mark this as exhibit number 41. Next picture is the picture of the inside taken from the outside of the white Mercedes, a picture of the Mississippi DeSoto County tags in the back seat. Exhibit number 42. The next picture is the white Mercedes and what's been described by the witness in the processing unit of the rear damage to the passenger side of white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 3. The next picture, exhibit number 43 maybe, I think I said exhibit number 43. The next picture is the kind of a close-up picture of the trunk area. The witness described it as after processing. It's labeled with the numbers yellow C, with the letter C. We'll mark that as exhibit number 44. The next exhibit is the picture of the Mississippi DeSoto tag. It's kind of close. We'll mark that as exhibit. The next exhibit is close-up of 2 Illinois tags. We'll mark this as exhibit number 46. The next exhibit is a picture of the Mississippi DeSoto tag. It's up close. It also has right rear seat written on the bottom of it. We'll mark this as exhibit number 47. The next picture is side panel of the white Mercedes, described as crime scene after the vehicle after processing is marked with the B, with the letter V in yellow. The next photo is a photo of the driver's side of the white Mercedes marked with a letter A, described by the witness as after processing. We'll mark that as exhibit number 49. The next photo is the rear side of the driver's side of the Mercedes, described by the witness as after processing, marked with the yellow V as in boy. We'll mark that as exhibit number 50. The next is the passenger side of the white Mercedes with the letter D as in dog, after processing is described by the witness. We'll mark that as exhibit number 1. The next picture is a picture of what appears to be the top of the white Mercedes marked by the letter E, an elephant. We'll mark that as exhibit number 52. And the next exhibit is the picture, the passenger side picture view of the white Mercedes. We'll mark this as exhibit number 53.
Stacy's exhibit 9. What are we looking at?
Looking at the front of the house, also on the left side there, you can see back in the wooded area, the tree line, that's where you park the, that's where we located the white Mercedes-Benz. That's on Bradley.
I can see some homicide Texas walking back here.
Yes, we have investigators walking to the rear.
Car sitting back here somewhere.
Yes,
House on Bradley.
that's on Bradley.
A vacant abandoned house, is that correct?
That's a vacant, yes, it is.
We go across the street. I got Hernandez Govan's house.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Directly across.
I know that y'all are big on video. I've seen y'all, pull it from Nicatus, and I've seen you pull it from Tulane. Did y'all canvass this area, this neighborhood, for any possible video?
We had investigators who came to the area for video, and none was found.
No video on Bradley Street?
No video located. Again, you can see a couple of investigators, and you can see the rear of the white Mercedes-Benz parked in the tree, in the bush back there.
40, we're walking up on it.
Closer image of the white Mercedes with the Illinois tag,
41, driver's side.
driver's side.
We're looking inside of it. It has like a license plate inside of it.
Correct. It has a Mississippi, DeSoto County license plate on the passenger rear seat.
Exhibit 10.
That's the passenger side view of the Mercedes-Benz. You can also see the damage there going down the passenger side of the vehicle, especially on the rear side panel.
So is it fair to say when you see this, you know that you've got your car?
Yes.
Do y'all investigate where'd this car come from?
Yes, we check the VIN, group VIN or license plate.
Did y'all in fact find that the car was taken in a carjacking in Memphis a few weeks before this crime?
We did.
Did y'all in fact find that the suspect in that carjacking was Treon Ingram?
Correct.
And I'll say it here, that Justin Johnson was not a suspect in that carjacking.
No, sir.
But car taken in Memphis a few weeks before, suspect Treon Ingram.
Trey, I think.
Car makes it to the tunnel?
Correct, that's the tunnel.
I call it tunnel, that's where y'all process cars, is that right?
Correct. It's a crime scene investigative.
That is 53, 43. In the tunnel, now we can see that damage real good.
Yes. Damage to the passenger side, rear side panel.
We did a series of photographs, or I think you said it was processed, like fingerprint dust, stuff like that you're
Yes,
talking
sir.
about?
Yes.
And you said there were letters, that's like an A.
Yes.
Here we have back of the car B, closer up on that. I'm going, for the record. 48, 44, C, 51, D, 52, E. Various license plates found in the car.
Yes.
45, Mississippi plate, 46, a couple of Illinois plates, 47, a close-up of that Mississippi plate. Now, processing the car, that's something the crime scene does, is that correct?
It is.
And they tried to lift what fingerprints they have from the car, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they try to compare those prints to any sort of known individuals that may be in the system or whatever it is that they have fingerprints for.
It is.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
And when you were you apprised that they were able to lift some prints from the car
Correct.
that they were able to identify?
Yes.
All right. In particular, I want to ask you about these, okay?
Okay.
This is from the 2014 Mercedes. Prints lifted from the right rear quarter panel marked D. So we saw a picture of that, the back of the car,
Yes.
outside.
Outside.
Were found to be the fingerprint impression belonging to Cornelia Smith.
Yes.
Does that become a name you're interested in?
Come to name we're interested.
Because we got his prints on the outside back of this car.
Yes.
Prints lifted from the outside left door marked A. I think that's the driver's side door. We saw a picture of it. Belonged to Kiston Garner.
Kiston Garden.
Does that become a name that you're interested in?
It does.
More prints, this one from the trunk lid marked C, also belong to Kiston Gardner, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have some prints lifted from one of those tags, the Mississippi tag
Yes.
that we saw 2 pictures of. They also belong to Kiston Gardner.
Yes.
And then prints lifted from the rear quarter panel marked B and the outside left door marked A, and from a brochure, a bank brochure that was found in the car all belong to Treon Ingram,
Treon, correct.
a name that you're interested in?
Yes,
All right, so at this point, we have found the murder car.
yes.
We have found prints from that car that belonged to Cornelius Smith,
Yes, ma'am.
to Kiston Garner,
Correct,
and to Treon Ingram.
correct.
Okay. Do we also process or attempt to process the car for any DNA or blood or like fluid evidence?
That's some crime scene officers would attempt.
Crime scene attempts to do that.
Yes,
And then if they're able to find anything or think they may have found something, would they send that then to TBI or anything like that?
yes, they would send it off to TBI.
Okay. Are you aware that they found they were unable to find any DNA or blood or fluid or whatever evidence from inside the car?
No, we wouldn't able to find it.
From anybody?
No.
Did you become aware in the course of the investigation that the car may have been cleaned?
Yes, during the course of that investigation.
We are now interested, if I understand you right, in a couple different people. Kiana's cousin, Cornelius Smith, fingerprints.
Yes,
Kiston Garner, fingerprints.
correct.
And Treon Ingram.
Treon.
Let's take Treon Ingram first. Did you want to talk to him?
Yes, we did.
Did they find him?
Located them.
Took him in custody?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell us what he said, but as a result of that conversation, did you go back to Memphis and try to get some more video?
Yes, we did.
Tell me about that.
We, information that we received of a white Mercedes being in a parking garage in Crosstown area.
Okay. And did you also receive information about a white Mercedes-Benz at the Valero gas station the morning of, night before, however you want to look at it, of the homicide itself?
We did.
Let's go in reverse order of what you wanted to go in. So let's start with the Valero. Okay. Did you go, after speaking with Treon Ingram, did you go to did y'all go to the Valero station, park in Highland, sort of University of Memphis area, in Memphis?
I did.
Were you able to obtain video?
We were able to obtain the,
In that video, did y'all see the white Mercedes?
we did.
Did you see a couple of those people that we talked about, fingerprints? Did you see Treon Ingram?
Yes.
Did you see Kiston Garner?
Yes.
Did you see a car trade?
We did.
A little weird,
Weird. Yes.
but you witnessed it on the video?
We did.
And what do we mean by car trade?
You have individuals in one car that get out of that car and get into the other car that someone was in, and that person get out of that car and get into the white Mercedes.
So before we watch this video, do we see a Infiniti pull up at the gas station?
We do.
And do we see the white Mercedes pull up at the gas station?
We do.
Do we see interaction between those two cars?
Yes.
Do we see Mr. Ingram, Treon Ingram, go inside the gas station?
Inside the business, yes.
Do we see that there's a person left inside the Infiniti
We do.
in the passenger side?
Back.
Do we see Kiston Garner driving the white Mercedes?
We do.
Do we see him pumping gas in the white Mercedes?
We do.
Then do we see the two cars together pull around to the side of the business?
We do.
And an individual, we see Kiston get out of the car, is that correct?
Correct.
And another individual get inside the white Mercedes.
Inside the white Mercedes.
Valero video. Start outside. All right, Valera gas station, November 17th. You back to the flat screen real quick. November 17th, 2021, we're at 3:16 a.m. in the morning, 9 hours before the murder.
Yes.
All right. This car arrives,
Yes.
and then what is that?
That's the white Mercedes. Pulling up to the park.
These two cars are the cars that are together?
Yes, they pulled in together. One went to one pump, one went to the white Mercedes, went to the other pump.
One of the craziest things to me about this is how busy the gas station is at 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, now white door, Mercedes open.
Getting out and going to pump gas.
Do we learn who this individual is?
Learned that was Kissman Gardner.
These guys are coming back to the Infinity.
Right.
Only one of them got out of the Infinity, though.
Right.
It's hard to watch
One.
both cars at once. Driver gets back in driver's side. What's he doing?
He's speaking to someone at the passenger in the car.
Okay, so there's somebody in this passenger side of this Infinity.
Yes.
White Mercedes and Infiniti.
And then they drive around and pull around to the
We'll loop around,
side of it.
switch angles. White Mercedes.
Yes. Side by side, you can see the driver is exiting
Kissingarner.
Gardner. Walks around to the passenger side. There you've seen an individual walk around and get into the Mercedes.
Uh-huh. And impossible, you'd agree with me, that's impossible to tell if that's Justin Johnson or not,
Correct.
correct?
It is.
But would you also agree with me, different than what Kissingarner was wearing?
Correct. And there you can see both cars leave the area.
All right. And we also got video from inside, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we were watching, the passenger in that Infiniti never got out, is that correct? That we saw at the pump?
No, never got out, only the driver. You see him getting ready to enter the business. That would
And
be the second gentleman in
right
there.
there.
Yes,
And do you know who that person is, kind of with the fatter face?
that would be Trayon Ingram.
That's Treon Ingram.
Trayon.
We can stop it there. So what we watched was an Infiniti arrive at the gas station
Yes,
with Mr. Ingram driving,
Ingram driver.
and Mr. Ingram exiting and going inside the store.
Yes,
That there was a front seat passenger of the Infiniti who we did not get to see on camera at the pump.
right,
The white Mercedes arriving,
correct.
Mr. Gardner pumping gas.
Yes,
Both the cars swing around to the other area.
yes,
And then from the distance, video of the driver of the Mercedes getting out and a
Yes.
different person getting in.
different person with different clothing. Yes.
You said you're interested in the Valero station,
Yes,
and then you said you're also, after going down to Mississippi and meeting with Mr. Ingram, interested in Crosstown.
Crosstown, correct.
What is Crosstown?
It's a apartment, kind of everything. It used to be the old Sears building, apartment store,
Big old building.
big building. Has restaurants, storefronts, and also apartments.
Did Kiana have a cousin that lived at the Crosstown apartments?
Yes, she did.
I guess at the time, one that was living at the Crosstown apartments.
Yeah.
And what was his name?
His name was Justin Johnson.
Justin Johnson. Did y'all obtain video from the Crosstown apartments?
Yes, we did.
Video from the day before the homicide, 11/16,
Yes,
the morning of the homicide,
yes,
and then the evening after the homicide.
yes.
In those videos, will we see Justin Johnson?
Yes, we will.
Will we see him wearing clothing like the shooter?
We did.
Bass Pro hat,
Bass Pro hat,
hoodie,
hoodie,
sweatpants,
sweatpants,
emblem,
emblem,
shoes.
white bottom.
Will we see him arriving at Crosstown in the white Mercedes
We do.
with the body damage?
With the damage on. Yes.
Will we see him leaving less than an hour before the homicide in that outfit, in the white Mercedes with the body damage?
We do.
Now, y'all had also been interested in a white Expedition.
That's it.
Will we see him arriving in a white Expedition?
We do.
And then after the murder, will we see him arriving in different clothes
Yes.
and then packing his bags and leaving?
And they, yes.
It's a series of videos.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
1, 2, 3, 6 or 7 or 8 videos. It's also a series of still shots. If anybody needs a break, maybe now would be the time.
This will be a good time. Yeah. Let's take a brief break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't discuss what you've heard, any testimony. Let's just go kind of refresh ourselves. Let's take a 15-minute break.
Court stands in recess.
Court is now back in session.
You can be seated unless you just want to stand. No, we don't have to stand. Harris, tell Nancy and Mike to treat the attorneys like they're the public. They putting it, making these attorneys, they making the attorneys. They don't have salary.
Yes, ma'am. Figure out.
Yes.
Jury's now in the courtroom.
Thank you.
still you.
Yes.
With some more videos. You were telling us about Crosstown, is that right?
That's correct.
Said there's some apartments there.
Yes.
You said that Kiona had a cousin named Justin Johnson who lives there, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Y'all collected videos.
We did.
Let's start with the first video. Let's talk over the light screen for me. November 16th, 2021. This is the day before the murder, is that correct?
That's correct.
7:15 p.m. So if we're counting down, 17 hours and 8 minutes before the murder. What's that?
And that's the white expedition, Ford expedition, going into the garage.
And if you're not familiar with the building, this is a little confusing here. You can pause it. So that white expedition was going into a parking garage, is that right?
Yes.
That parking garage is this structure right here.
That's correct. And then the parking lot in between.
There's a little parking lot here
Yes.
where cars can also park in, but the actual garage, what we saw the white expedition coming into, was over here.
It is.
Is that right?
That's right.
Then there's this little walkway thing
Walkway
that
ramp.
twists around and then comes into the building.
Yes.
Okay. And we see somebody here, gray sweatpants, black hoodie. And
Yes.
continue to watch. Inside of the building,
Inside of the building.
walking into the door there,
Yes.
white expedition arrives, and then this man comes into the building.
Correct. Dark hoodie, gray sweat, black shoes, white bottom.
He walked here, and this camera picked him up. There's a bank of elevators back here.
Yes,
There's apartments on the top floors of the buildings.
it is.
Still way back here at the elevators.
Yes.
Stop it there. Okay. All right, here's a man, white expedition, comes into the building, walks to the lobby, gets in the elevator, comes up to the floor. You look, it's floor 8.
Yes.
What floor does Kiana Hopper's cousin Justin Johnson live on?
Which is, ID is 808.
Yes.
8th floor.
8th floor. And this man has on black shoes, with white soles,
Yes.
gray sweatpants,
Yes.
a little emblem on the
Little
sweatpants.
logo on the side. Yes.
We all recognize that Memphis is a Bass Pro hat,
That's
is that
correct.
right?
Yes.
He's got a phone in his hand and
Yes.
maybe some food or something?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right, we are November 16th, so that's same day. Now we're at 11:13 p.m. Countdown from the murder, we're 13 hours and 10 minutes before the murder. It's going to be him coming again. White expedition.
White expedition.
Now we can see that parking garage better. Just like last time, coming in the front,
Yes.
gonna walk to the elevators. And obviously between last time, which is a few hours before this, and this time, he has left and come back.
Come back. Yes.
had stopped ours. It was still playing on our laptop, but it wasn't playing on the video, so we'll have to try to on and off with the kickers.
On and off appears to be working.
I think it was at 111. There we go. Walk into the back elevators.
Yes.
Sweatpants, shoes, basketball hat, sweatshirt.
Yes.
The last one we saw was from 11 at night, November 16th. Now, we've passed midnight, and so technically we're on the day of the murder.
Correct.
And we're at 2:41
Hey,
a.m., is that correct?
that's correct.
And to orient ourselves, the Valero video that we saw of the Mercedes trade
Yes.
is going to be after this video, is that right?
That's correct.
So 2:41 at Crosstown, Valero video after the 3 o'clock hour.
Correct.
Shoes, sweatpants, hoodie,
Yes.
this time the hood on. Out of the elevator. To the parking garage.
To the parking garage.
To the white expedition.
Correct. Leaving.
So it's leaving the building at 2:41. Whatever happens at Valero happens in about 30 minutes or something.
Yes.
And now to the next video. We are November 17th. Well, now we're at 4:48. So leaving the building at 2:41. Valero happens after the 3 o'clock hour.
Correct.
And now back to the building at 4:48.
Correct.
We are 7 hours to homicide time. Back to the building, what?
And the white Mercedes with the damage.
Can you back it up a little bit, stop it? That one before it was perfect. There you go. We know that car, don't we?
That's the car that we located. That's also the car in the video at the Keys Cookies with the damage.
Okay.
The passenger side rear side panel.
Okay. Let's come back into white Mercedes, but also we'll see closer. When he gets in the elevator.
Yes. Carrying something.
He's actually carrying his daughter, is that
Carrying
right?
his daughter, yes.
And if we back it up just for a second. Okay. There you go, something. We've got the sweatpants and the shoes and the sweatshirt,
Yes.
and now he's carrying his daughter.
Carrying his daughter.
And now, November 17th, murder day, 11:51 a.m. We're only 32 minutes away from the murder of the kids.
Yes.
Let me stop for a second. These people aren't from Memphis. Would it be fair to say it takes 10 minutes to get from the Crosstown building to Nicado's Cookies?
Possibly 10, 15 minutes.
10 to 15. Shoes, sweatpants, sweatshirt, Bass Pro hat.
Yes.
His daughter's with him.
Yes.
He appears to be on the phone. You can back it up, it's hard for me to see them there. If we can back it up, I'll put the pointer on. These two, here they are.
Right.
The little kid. Sweatpants, sweatshirt. Now they're going in the garage. And leaving in the white Mercedes. And white Mercedes actually is captured here, leaving the garage. Starts first this way, but then white Mercedes leaving the Crosstown building 37 minutes before the homicide. Is that correct?
Correct.
From these videos, y'all developed a couple of, or more than a couple, still shots, is that correct?
Yes.
Slowed it down for this one already. Tell me what this is.
This is a photo of Mercedes-Benz with the damage to the battery.
Thank you. We enter that into evidence that states next under exhibit.
No objection.
This is a picture of the white Mercedes-Benz with the damage to the rear passenger side. We'll mark this as exhibit number 54.
I can tell you right there. And this is from Crosstown, is that right?
That's correct.
What is this?
This is a still image from Crosstown video of the white Ford Expedition.
We'd offer that into evidence that states next under exhibit.
No objection.
This is a picture of the back of a white Ford Expedition. We'll mark this as exhibit number 55.
Expedition across town. Next picture.
This is a photo of Justin Johnson on the elevators in Crosstown Concourse. He has the Bass Pro hat on, the black hoodie, the sweats with the logo, the black shoes with the white soles. And also see a distinctive tattoo on his hand.
And does he in fact have those tattoos on his hands?
Yes.
We'd offer that in evidence that states next under exhibit.
No objection.
Thank you. This is a picture of Justin Johnson on an elevator with a cup bag in his hand with black hoodie, gray sweatpants, black shoes with white on the top with some sort of tattoo on his hand. We'll mark this exhibit number 56.
$56 for the jury. I know I asked you, but this is in fact the tattoo that he has to his hand, the same Justin Johnson.
Yes.
One more.
This is also a photo of across town from the video still shot. Justin Johnson is carrying a little backpack, and he has his daughter with him. Appears to be on the phone. You still can see the tattoo on his hand with the Bass Pro Shop hat, black hoodie, gray sweats, and black shoes.
And this is when he's leaving about 37 minutes before the murder.
Yes.
Based on this.
This is a picture of defendant Justin Johnson with the same clothing on, black sweatshirt, gray sweats, black and white shoes with the Bass Pro hat on, holding a backpack with a little girl with him.
No objection.
We'll mark that as exhibit number 57. Thank you.
Almost done with you up there.
All right.
Okay. You had mentioned something earlier that I wanted people to see, not so much on that screen where it's blurry, but better in the still shots.
Okay.
Can you tell me what's in these two photographs?
There's a photo at Makita's cookie shop, Airways, where you have the two suspects running away back to the white Mercedes. You can also see suspect in the dark hoodie, black hoodie with the gray sweats and the black shoes. But you can also see how his pants are sagging and his blue underwear showing.
You had mentioned when we watched the Haven Court 2-lane videos about seeing the Bass Pro suspects' underwear, is that right?
Correct.
And it having a blue look to it?
Yes.
And you mentioned about the saggy pants.
Yes.
And can you see both of those things from the still shots from the murder video?
You can see both.
Or this collective exhibit?
No objection.
All right. Got two still photos. The first one is of two suspects with weapons running away from what's been described as Makita's cookie shop towards a white Mercedes. One of the suspects' pants is sagging. The second photo is more apparent photo of the pants sagging with the blue underwear. Same two suspects running away. We'll mark that as a collective exhibit 58.
Might pass this to the jury. No.
Yes.
We'll go back to Justin Johnson. We've been talking a lot about Justin Johnson, but I want to talk about Cornelius Smith real quick.
Yes.
His fingerprints were found on that white Mercedes.
It were.
Did y'all become interested in Mr. Smith?
We did.
And did y'all talk to people around Mr. Smith, including his girlfriend?
We did.
Did you locate any pictures of Mr. Smith in which he was wearing
We did.
clothing that the assault rifle shooter was wearing at the time of the murder?
We did.
Let me pass you this. Got this. Discover. Let me pass you this. We got pictures on the left that show Mr. Smith, I think, at his janitor job at a school. Is that right?
Yeah, it's, I think it was a business or a beauty shop or salon or something with, he had on the blue hoodie that has Gap written across.
Blue Gap hoodie, and then to the right are pictures, still shots from the shooting video.
Correct.
Him with the assault rifle, and you can see that same Gap hoodie.
The same Gap hoodie.
All right, we mark that as state's next numbered exhibit.
No objection.
We have 4 still photos in this picture with the suspect wearing a mask and all 4. 3 of them are forward facing, 1 of them is of his back. The 2 left photos, he's in somewhere with the room and trash. And the right 2 photos, there are the pictures from the scene at Makita's on November the 14th. So we'll mark this as exhibit number 59.
Cornelius's fingerprints on the car.
Yes.
Cornelius in the Gap hoodie.
Yes.
Talking to Cornelius's, or people around Cornelius. We interested in arresting Cornelius?
Yes.
Cornelius, does he get arrested?
Yes, he does.
Do y'all get in possession of Cornelius's cell phone?
We do.
Do y'all tag that into evidence?
We did.
And do y'all submit that to your people for whatever analysis they can do?
Yes.
And among those people, is that Jesse Browning and Michael Gardner?
That is.
We'll hear from them later in the trial.
Okay.
Justin. Caught on video at Crosstown,
Yes.
Mercedes, Expedition, 2-lane apartments.
Yes.
Interested in arresting Justin.
Yes.
Do y'all go to where he lives?
Yes.
Is he there?
No, it's not.
Do y'all go to other places looking for him?
Yes, we do.
Is he there?
No.
Is there a citywide manhunt for him?
It was.
Is he found?
He's later found, yes.
Is he found in Memphis?
No, he's found Indianapolis, somewhere near.
Indianapolis.
Yes.
Y'all also interested in Justin Johnson's phone?
We were.
You interested in the phone he had with him at the time of the murder?
Yes.
Was that found with him or with somebody else?
That was, I believe that was found with someone else.
Okay, in fact, was it found with his brother, Jamarcus?
Marcus, yes, Johnson.
And did y'all talk to Jamarcus?
We did.
And did Jamarcus turn that phone over to y'all?
We did.
And did y'all give that phone to your phone people,
We
Jesse
did.
Brown and Michael Gardner,
We did.
to look at it?
To look at it.
I forgot to ask you about one Crosstown video. Okay, so this is out of order, but asking the questions about Mr. Johnson leaving town, it reminded me. Okay. November 17th, 7 hours after the murder. Outside's almost impossible to see because we're so far away, but individual's going to arrive in an entirely different car. This is not the Expedition or the Mercedes. This is that middle ground between the parking garage and the building. Right? And with the lights and stuff, the blur and everything, things become clearer when he walks in the building. In the yellow hoodie now, right?
Yellow hoodie, correct.
We saw that at Haven Court in the 2 lanes, didn't we?
We did.
I don't know if you could tell from that video or if it will show, but no longer in the shoes, is that correct? And some slides.
Yes.
It was 7 hours after the murder.
Yes.
And now we're at 8 p.m., approximately 8 hours after the murder. Bags packed. homes or wherever.
Yes,
Next time we see him in person is arrested in Indianapolis.
in Indianapolis, yes.
He has social media though too, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you and Detective Browning subpoena and obtain some of his social media?
It was,
His Instagram, his Facebook?
yes.
And after the murder, until the time that he's in custody in Indianapolis, are y'all able to obtain images that he posts to social media?
They were obtained, yes, from his phone.
And Detective Browning
Yes,
may be the expert on this stuff.
yes, he is.
All right, we'll see those later with Detective Brown.
Yes.
Murder weapons ever found?
No,
Big Jook. His name came up in this, is that correct?
that's correct.
I think someone has testified to this already, but Big Jook is now deceased, is that correct?
That's correct.
Since he's deceased, he cannot be prosecuted.
Right.
Hernandez Govan,
It's another name came up in the investigation.
arrested and charged.
Yes.
That's all my questions, Judge.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's lunchtime. The fire detective will be with us after lunch. Enjoy your lunch, leave all your notes here, don't talk about this case. Refresh yourself, I'll see you back at 1:45. Okay?
Court stands in recess to 1:45.
I love Roblox, but I don't have money to spend on Robux. Good thing I have Buff. With Buff, I can earn Robux by simply playing Roblox and many other games. How does it work? I open the Buff app before I start playing, and that's it. I earn Buff points by playing and exchange them for free Roblox gift cards. I can also complete daily tasks to gain more points. Spinning the wheel is my favorite. Come join the fun and download Buff now!
Is that it? Is that it? Can we go back on the record?
Court's back in session.
Yeah.
We need to address perjury consent.
Just real quick, and this is by consent. Both of the parties noticed that on the bottom of Exhibit 57, there's some notes that weren't intended for jury review.
Okay.
So the proposal is to wipe these notes off at the bottom of 50. Did I say 57?
You said 57.
On the bottom of 57.
Okay, so has that been done, or you want to see what you do?
Mr. Evans is going to do that for us.
Okay.
He's better at the whiteout than I am.
Are they out there, or are they just actually out there? Satisfactory?
All good?
Bring the jury in.
Yes, you will.
Jury's now entering into the court.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Sergeant Dabney.
Good afternoon.
First, let me just say I feel for you. I was in that same predicament about 2 years ago,
Thank you.
so I hope you feel better soon.
Hopefully.
So I want to go over some of the things you testified to when you were in direct with the state, okay?
Yes, sir.
A couple of things you talked about is one of the lead detectives on this case was your role anytime you approach a crime scene. All right, I think you testified that you're there to collect facts,
Correct.
evidence, right? So that you can investigate who done it, essentially, correct?
Correct.
Agree with me, it's super important when you're going on a crime scene to preserve the crime scene,
Correct.
right? Because you don't want to corrupt evidence, is that correct? You also want to exhaust every avenue possible to try to find evidence. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so that's why you said you talked about forensic testing. You collect things in a certain way on a crime scene so that you can then provide that to CSI or the TBI or whoever that could actually test it to see if it can give you more information. Is that fair?
Fair.
Now, a couple of things. I'll start with the initial video. I'm going to try to go in chronological order as to how you hit it earlier on direct. You talked about the handgun and the rifle, style, assault rifle style weapon in the video. And at one point in time you said that the handgun that was being held by one of the people was consistent with a .40 caliber. It's probably more accurate to say, it's consistent with any pistol. Could have been any caliber pistol, correct?
Correct.
Just by looking.
Just back up.
Right. And when you say consistent with a .40 caliber, you're really basing that off of the shell casings you would have found out in the parking lot. Is that correct?
Shell casings and the handgun.
Okay. But there was nothing significant that you can tell from that video that can tell you that's a .40 caliber versus a 9mm versus a .380 or a .45. Okay. Now, you testified that you never recovered the murder weapons, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked a question of, in kind of normal course, if you recover bullets from a scene, right, and or casings from a scene, and you have a weapon you can test it against, that you can take the ballistics and they can run testing to see if it matches. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, even if you don't recover the weapon, is it possible to determine a caliber, what potential caliber a fired bullet would have been? So, you pull a fired bullet from the wall at Makita Cookie or from some other place where those bullets went. Is there a way to test that and go, is this a .40 caliber? Is this a .7.62? Is this a 9? Or
I'm sure it is. That would be the crime scene that collected it, whoever they sent it off to test it.
okay. And just to be clear, at Makita Cookie, y'all recovered several bullets and bullet fragments from various locations at Makita Cookie. Is that correct?
Correct.
As far as you know, was any testing done of those bullets and or bullet fragments to determine whether they were .40 caliber or .7.62 rounds?
Are you saying the bullets or the casings?
The bullets.
Bullets? No, I'm not aware.
Okay. And you also received back into evidence from the medical examiner several bullets and bullet fragments. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, at any point in time, did anyone try to test those? Not to put them to a firearm, because you didn't have the particular firearm, but to determine what caliber of bullets were recovered from Mr. Thornton.
Should possibly, yes. The crime scene or whoever took custody of those bullets.
Okay. You're saying it's possible, but are you aware of any testing? Okay. Now, I want to switch over to Bradley, right? And you recovered the Mercedes from Bradley. Now, you were asked about video. And you had, because you had video from Makita Cookie, correct?
Yes.
And you had video from Crosstown.
Yes.
And you had video from Valero.
Yes.
And I believe Mr. Hagerman asked you, did you canvass the Bradley neighborhood for any video?
Officers we had other investigators that canvassed the area.
And you also, I think, testified that you knew that Hernandez Govan lived across the street from Bradley.
Yes.
And you and I think other officers at some point in time interviewed Cornelius Smith. Is that right? Let me ask you this. Did you go to Mr. Govan's house to see about whether he had camera footage?
Other investigators walked up and down. I don't know if they went to his house, but usually they walk down and see if they see any cameras affixed to a house outside the house.
And when you say cameras, they've knocked too, right?
Yes.
Right? It's like, do you have cameras? And at some point in time, you became aware of Mr. Govan as a potential suspect in the case.
Yes.
Right? So that, as Mr. Hagerman's word, you became very interested in him
Yes.
as time went on. Do you recall there being any one of the officers in the case, you as one of the lead detectives in the case, reporting to you that there were cameras directly across the street from Bradley, where the white Mercedes would have been, facing the Bradley property, the abandoned house where the Mercedes was? Do you recall Cornelius Smith in any of his interviews with law enforcement that you can recall ever saying that Hernandez Govan had cameras at his house that faced the Bradley house?
No, I don't recall that.
And a lot of investigators in this case, right?
Yes.
Working hard to try to find evidence.
Yes.
Correct? I bet you would agree with me if somebody had told you Hernandez Govan has cameras facing where that white car was, you would have been over there, or somebody would have been over there tracking down that lead, right?
No attempt to, yes.
Right. And you're not aware of, at least right now, whether anybody ever even spoke to Mr. Govan specifically and asked him about cameras.
No.
So you said you processed the Mercedes. So there's a or others, you know it was processed.
Processing, that's good.
And there's a level of processing that occurs while the car's still on Bradley. Is that correct? Or do y'all just hook it up and tow it?
Hook up to it.
Okay.
Process it in another location.
Okay. Now, when you saw the vehicle on Bradley, do you remember there being any bullet holes in the car?
I think it were. I'm not sure. May have been the window broken out or something.
Okay. And to be clear, the window that was broken out, and I can pass you the exhibits, some of these exhibits that were previously marked, one is Exhibit 53, Exhibit 49, and Exhibit 43 of the white Mercedes. They'll kind of give you something to look at, refresh your recollection. In those photographs, does it appear that the passenger side window is not there?
Yes.
All right. Was there broken glass anywhere around the car or in the car that you recall?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Now, and I've got one other image here. It's exhibit number 10. It's also exterior of the car. were several prints recovered from the vehicle. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Smith, Cornelius Smith,
Correct.
Trayon Ingram,
Yes.
and Kristen Garner.
Yes.
Mr. Justin Johnson's fingerprints were not recovered from that vehicle, correct?
They were not.
Now, you also were asked about DNA, and I can retrieve those from you if you'd like. You were also asked about DNA, and I believe the question was, there was no DNA evidence or evidence of blood in the car. Okay. Now, to be clear, there was actually DNA testing done, touch DNA testing done on at least 8 places inside the car, right? And they did swabs. Is that correct? And that's where a tech goes in and they're swiping different parts of the vehicle to see if there's any DNA that can be detected. Are you aware of what the technician looks for when they decide, like, what areas they're going to swab for DNA?
No, I'm not.
Okay. But as far as you know, were there any reports generated about whether DNA existed?
Or reports that they didn't have a match to anything that was submitted.
All right, so your recollection is that there are reports, or was a report, that there was not a DNA match to the touch DNA, but there was DNA recovered.
Yes, I guess so.
Okay, and I'm asking you. I'm not telling you. I'm asking you what you recall. Now, when you get DNA results, do they typically TBI, or when you send them to TBI, they typically come back on kind of a letterhead from TBI. Is that correct? That you know?
I know of.
All right. And in fact, one of the items that was recovered from the Mercedes was a chapstick. You recall that?
Yes,
And
some things recovered inside the
And in fact, that chapstick was sent along with the touch DNA swabs to, let me stop. The chapstick was sent to the TBI for testing. All right. And came back with a major DNA profile of a male, but couldn't be excluded down to anything beyond a male. You recall that?
No.
Okay. If I were to show you the report, would it refresh your recollection? Now, do you have any specific knowledge of the touch DNA swabs being sent to the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation? All right, so you can't say whether those were actually ever sent, right? Because if they had been sent, the report that I just showed you, you would have had something back from them saying either there's no identifiable DNA or there was, and then they would analyze it further, correct?
Correct.
If that wasn't sent, if the touch DNA samples weren't sent for further testing, you would agree with me that would be a problem for your investigation.
Could be.
Right? Because touch DNA, if they recovered something, that could point you directly to a person, right? With scientific fact, right? Going, this is the person that touched that part of the car.
Yes.
And you don't know until you try, right? So you don't know unless you test it.
Okay.
Right? And if you didn't test it, that's an avenue of investigation for establishing facts and evidence that was kind of left unattended. Fair? Now, you told Mr. Hagerman, and we talked about this, you said, and no evidence of blood in the car. Now, somebody who works in the department with you, Sergeant Coburn, he did a lot of the processing of this vehicle,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, all the process.
And at some point, he even used something called Blue Star. You know what Blue Star is?
Yes.
What's Blue Star?
It's an agent that they use to spray for location of blood inside or on things.
Right. And you would agree with me that Blue Star is something they spray it, they put a light on it, and it'll light up if there's blood or biological material that has been there, correct?
Correct. My knowledge is.
And they can even use Blue Star on places where people think they have wiped down or cleaned,
Yes.
and it will still show. Right? That's that horrible thing they do in the hotel rooms, right? Where they spray do that and freak everybody out. Yeah. So now, Sergeant Coburn used Blue Star inside the Mercedes, and if you recall, inside of the driver's door, above the armrest, the Blue Star reacted with a very bright chemiluminescence, I think is the way he says it here, which is a hard word to say. And he took swabs of that as well. Right? So from what you know of Blue Star, is Blue Star something that if you shine it and it lights up, that's typically an indication of blood or some biological material that's been in that area.
That's what I've been told.
Right.
I'm not an expert.
Sure. And Sergeant Coburn, obviously, who processes for these things, if he swabbed it twice, it definitely showed it to be of some evidentiary importance to him to determine, is this biological or not? Would you agree with that?
I would.
And as you sit here today, are you aware of the results of any testing that came back on the swabs for the Blue Star?
I don't remember those.
Okay. Like we talked about earlier, if you had tested that and it had come back, it could have potentially had DNA evidence on it, right?
I'm assuming yes.
And that would have been very important as one of those evidentiary facts that you would have used in your investigation. Right. And if you didn't have that and it existed, it puts you at a disadvantage of knowing all of the evidence and all the facts, correct?
Could have.
So let's go to the Valero video. So the Valero video, you see several different vehicles arrive at Valero. Person I think you identified as Kristen Gardner is pumping gas from the white Mercedes.
Correct.
Right? And then he drives that white Mercedes off up to the top of the screen, and then I think you said you see somebody, you can't tell who it is, but you see an individual get out of another vehicle, Kristen Gardner get out of the white Mercedes, and someone gets inside the white Mercedes.
Correct.
That you said was not wearing the same clothes that Kristen Gardner was wearing just moments earlier.
Correct.
Or maybe even seconds earlier. Very quick.
Right.
But right after that exchange is made, doesn't another car pull up in front of the white Mercedes and sit for some period of time?
It does.
Right. And to be fair, you would agree with me, you can't see what's going on with the white Mercedes, who's in the white Mercedes, whether someone got out of the white Mercedes, correct? definitely something that could have happened. We don't know because you couldn't see. So we get off now. I believe you made the statement that you would see
Someone, yes.
or someone wearing, well, let me ask you this, and you make my point, right? So you don't know who was in the Mercedes,
No.
right? Because in fairness, the video you saw and that the jury saw is the video. Like, you can't see who's driving the Mercedes, right?
Correct.
And then you see the Mercedes enter, and there are times when you'll see the person in the gray sweatpants, black, black shoes, black hoodie, walking through the parking garage,
Correct.
right? And you don't see the car that person gets in of or out of, right? Now, so Crosstown is a big place, correct?
It is.
A lot of cars.
Lots.
A lot of cars going in and out. And you would agree with me that the videos that were shown are confined to intentionally, right, to focus on when the white Mercedes comes in and out, when the Expedition goes in and out.
Yes.
Right? But there are other cars going in and out through those periods of time.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that during those periods of time where the white Mercedes, it shows the white Mercedes in the video come in, you can't see the driver, you can't see the person in the gray sweatpants and the black hoodie, what they get in and out of. You can't say that that person was ever in that white Mercedes, correct?
No, you can't. It's just the area that the Mercedes parked at is the same area where that person came from.
Well, but can you even see in the video that was shown where the Mercedes parks?
Just the general area.
Which is the parking garage, which is around hundreds and potentially more other vehicles, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, there is a point in time in your testimony when we start looking at the videos inside Crosstown, specifically inside the elevator, where you specifically identify that person to be Mr. Johnson based on the tattoo, I think. Other characteristics too, but you mentioned a tattoo.
Yes.
And in those videos, some of those correspond with times at which you showed the white Mercedes roll in, and then the person in the gray sweatpants, black hoodie walk in, right? One of those times having a little girl in tow.
Yes.
Now, you would agree with me that during those times, when you see Mr. Johnson, the one you've identified as Mr. Johnson, with the little girl in the elevator, and other times, he's not wearing gloves.
No.
Right. And has a little girl with him that obviously if what the state says is correct and he was in the Mercedes, would have also been in that Mercedes, correct?
Yes.
Today you testified about going back to the Makita video and specifically You mentioned it when the video was playing, and then there were some still shots put in. You mentioned something about underwear you thought that matched between the video that was taken at Tulane Apartments and that the person that's portrayed in that video and the person portrayed in the Makita video.
Correct.
Specifically the gray sweatpants, black hoodie, right?
Yes.
Now, there was a timeline that you also said you recognized of the Tulane apartment video. You recall seeing that?
Yes.
Had various pictures, and it even had like notable things from each picture,
Okay.
right? Would you agree with me that nowhere in that timeline is it noted that these underwear are the same color as the underwear in the Makita Coca video?
No.
Is there a reason for that? Why that wouldn't be in there? Seems like
Just something that I mentally put in my head when I saw the video there and I saw the video there. Okay. Same clothing, just like the clothing they had on, you know.
And this, what was marked as, I mean, and again, you saw this, you're pulling that from the same video that the jury saw in evidence, correct?
Yes, correct.
And the still shots, which were marked as, front and back. Oh, okay. Okay. Thank you. Exhibit 58, it's a collective. And these pictures, these still shots, being slowed down, I'm going to hand you collective 58. And I just want to be sure that your perspective that you think those are, you say those are blue, number one, and that you think those are similar to the ones in the Tulane video, is based off exactly what the jury has seen. It's based off the video that we saw today and those still images.
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, you're saying did you base it off seeing still images before, or are those still images something you just saw for the first time today after you kind of put that together in your head?
No, something myself.
You'd seen them, investigating the case.
Yes.
Okay. But again, you're saying based on same.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that those are the same color as the Tulane video?
What I visualized and what I saw.
But you saw. Okay. All right. Thank you. One moment, Your Honor. You were asked about how long it would take to get from Crosstown to Makita Cookie. I think you said 10, 15 minutes. And obviously, possible. And that's something too that, depending on time of day, traffic and everything else, could be longer. It could be closer to 10 or around, could be 20.
Correct.
Thereabouts. How far away from Makita Cookie is the Bradley Street address where the car was recovered from?
I would say about 2 miles. Give or take.
When you were investigating this case, did you become familiar with an address on Wild Rose Drive? Would have been
Yes.
Cornelius Smith's
Yes.
father's residence?
Correct.
How far would you say that was from Makita Cookie?
Maybe 5 minute drive, maybe not, probably not that much, so,
Got a little, maybe even a little less.
correct.
Okay. And during your investigation, did you also learn information? Well, strike that. Did you ever come across any information about where Mr. Johnson's, the mother of Mr. Johnson's daughter, lived?
Yeah, we got an address, possible, location.
Do you recall that address off the top of your head?
No, I don't.
Did you ever do any kind of, did you drive there ever?
We drove to an apartment, she's supposed to be living.
Okay. How far would you say that apartment was from Makita Cookie?
It's a good distance. It's out in Whitehaven area, probably closer to the 2-lane.
Closer to the 2-lane. And how far away is 2-lane from Makita?
Depending on traffic, interstate through the city, probably about 20 minutes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Johnson's, the mother of his daughter, the one in the video, and presumably in the video in the elevator, was 20 minutes from Makita Cookie. How, and if you don't know the answer to this, but how far would you say that would be from Crosstown, to get from Crosstown to that apartment address out in Whitehaven?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes, I guess.
Okay.
Gardner in custody.
Step up here, sir. Face the judge, raise your right hand, sir.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat. You may take your mask down.
Mr. Garner, you don't want to be here, do you?
No, sir.
All right, but go ahead and tell me your name.
Mr. Gardner.
Spell that first name for me.
K-H-I-S-T-A-N.
Spell the last name.
Gardner, G-A-R-N-E-R.
And how old are you?
21.
I want to take you back to 2021, November the 17th. It's the early morning hours of November the 17th, just after 2 o'clock, going on to 3 o'clock a.m., okay? Did you have occasion to go up to the Valero station near the University of Memphis?
Yes, sir.
Where had you been before you got to the Valero station?
I can't tell.
Okay. Was it a neighborhood house?
Yes, sir.
Were you up there with other people?
Yes, sir.
Were you up there with an individual by the name of Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Do you know Treon Ingram?
Yes, sir.
Was he somebody you hung out with?
Yes, sir.
Did you see an individual up at that neighborhood house who you know is straight drop or drop?
I can't tell.
Okay.
I just know when we came to the house, that's who Treon said they were.
Objection. Hearsay.
Sustain.
You came to the neighborhood house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you saw the individual in there. My approach, we approached with regard to the objection.
Yeah.
Okay, and were y'all in a vehicle?
Yes, sir.
What kind of vehicle were y'all in?
Mercedes-Benz.
Okay. And let me show you a picture. I think you've seen this before. What's that a picture of?
Mercedes-Benz we was in.
All right. Is that the picture that we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir.
Is that the car we're going to be talking about?
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, was that car a stolen car?
No, sir.
Okay. Do you know where that car came from?
No, sir.
All right. Are there other people at this neighborhood house?
Yes, sir.
Who are the other people at this neighborhood house?
Straight drop.
Straight drop?
Yes, sir.
What'd y'all do at this neighborhood house?
Nothing really.
Okay, were y'all hanging out?
No, sir.
Did Straight Drop come in a car, a different car?
Yeah, truck.
A truck? Let me show you this picture that you've seen before.
Yes, sir.
Is that the truck Straight Drop came in?
Yes, sir.
And is that a white Ford Expedition?
Yes, sir.
There come a point when y'all left the house?
Yes, sir.
When y'all left the house, who was driving the white Mercedes?
I was.
When y'all left the house, did the Infiniti leave the house too?
Yes, sir.
Who was driving the Infiniti?
Ryan.
Did he have a passenger with him in the Infiniti?
Yeah, straight truck.
Straight drop? When y'all got to the gas station, what happened?
We got some gas. They talked for a minute, then we pulled off. They pulled back around, and straight truck got in the Benz we was in. And I
Yeah.
got in the Infiniti.
Straight drop got in the white Benz,
Yes, sir.
and did you leave in the Infiniti?
Yes, sir.
Got a picture from the gas station. See if you recognize this picture.
Yes, sir.
Who's in that picture?
Yeah, that's me.
All right. Is that you next to the white Mercedes at the gas station that night?
Yeah.
And then let me get you a final picture. Is this another picture you've seen before?
Yes, sir.
What's that a picture of?
Benz we got.
The Benz you gave her.
Straight truck.
Okay. Did you know what Straight Drop was going to do in that Benz?
No, sir.
Did you have any idea at all?
No, sir.
Were you part of this conspiracy at all?
No, sir.
Had you ever talked with anybody about killing Dolph or these other PRE artists?
I want to do this.
Why wouldn't you do that?
I want to do that one. That's my family.
You say that's your family, what you mean?
This party. That's my family. I want to do this.
Yeah, when you say it's not your family though, what do you mean? When you talking about family, who are you talking about?
Young dog.
Young Dolph?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you did not see Young Dolph as some sort of rival or anything like that?
No, sir.
You wouldn't have been involved in anything like that?
No, sir.
I'd like to introduce those exhibits into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
I need to give them a quick look.
Okay.
My approach.
Right.
Objection.
These are actually in order as Mr. Gardner identified them, Your Honor. My approach shoot. Or...
The first picture is a picture of a white Mercedes with the back end damage. The picture has Kirsten Garner's name on the bottom, labeled 11/29/21 at 4:01 p.m. It also has written on it in red the bins we gave drop at Valero. We'll mark this as exhibit number 60. The next picture is a frontal view of a white Expedition. Written on the bottom, the truck hopped out of before Trayon gave him the bins at the house. Police found bins. Kirsten Garner's name, November 29, 2021, at 3:24 p.m. We'll label this as exhibit number 61. The next picture is a picture of the white bins at the gas pump. Somebody standing next to the gas pump. The statement under the picture is, "This is me pumping the gas. Drove to store following Trayon, KT." The initials under the bottom, Trayon and KT. Christian Garner at the bottom, November 29, 2021. 11:27 p.m. We'll mark that as exhibit number 62. And the last picture is a side view of the Mercedes-Benz. This view is on the passengers. This is the view of the driver's side. And the written caption under the bottom says, "This is the Benz we gave drop. Christian Garner, November 29, 2020." We'll mark this as exhibit number 63.
The Benz we get drop, that Bolero, 1129. The truck drop hopped out of before Treon gave him the Benz at the house where police found the Benz. This is me pumping, next exhibit, this is me pumping the gas, drove to the store following Trina. This is the Benz we get dropped. Next on the exhibit. That's all the questions, Judge.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Garner.
Good afternoon.
All right, my name's Luke Evans. I represent Justin Johnson. I've got a few questions for you, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm not going to ask you what Treon said, but when you were first asked whether or not you knew whether or not you knew who Treon traded the Mercedes-Benz for, you didn't say Justin Johnson or straight drop.
Yes, sir. What straight drop gave us?
Okay, and you started to answer by saying Treon told me.
Yeah, when we was at the house. When we went to the store, I seen him. I was in the car with him. I seen him at the store.
So you didn't see him at the house?
No, Treon just told us that's who this was when he got in the Infinity with Treon.
Okay. So you're saying that Treon, you were there, though, no question.
No question.
So how many times have you been interviewed by law enforcement before today?
Too many times.
2 minutes. In relation to this investigation, if that narrows it down any for you, is it still too many times? Or are you just saying one time's too many?
One time, too many.
Sure. Fair enough. So, you've at least been interviewed twice, right?
Yes, sir.
And then you even got spoken to right before you came on the stand by the state, correct? And the first time you talked to law enforcement was on November 23rd, 2021 about this. Do you remember that?
Yes, sir.
And you told this jury today you had no idea that that Mercedes-Benz was stolen.
No, sir.
Now that just isn't true. And you know it's not true, right?
I wouldn't been in if it was stolen.
Okay. What's Trayon do for a living?
I can't tell you.
I mean, did he have a job that you knew of where he could afford a Benz?
Yes, sir.
He did. What'd he do?
Work at a garbage truck place.
Okay. What? I mean, you weren't with Trayon when he carjacked it a couple of weeks before. I mean, you and him were tight, right?
Yes, sir. If I would have been there, I would have said, no, I wasn't.
You weren't there?
No, sir.
And you just, I mean, how long you known Trayon?
My whole life.
You've known him your whole life.
Yes, sir.
He works at a garbage company,
Yes, sir.
right? He's driving a Benz. How long had he had the Benz?
I can't tell you.
I mean, you hung out with him almost every day, didn't you?
No, sir. You only kind of pick me up when I need a ride.
Did you need a ride the night you say you went over and traded the Benz?
Yes, sir.
Where were you going?
Off Redwood in the mile.
And Trayon was just taking you.
Yes, sir.
Well, what did you think when he was going to trade his nice bought and paid for Mercedes-Benz for an Infiniti Q40?
This is business. That's what I thought.
Let me ask you this, Kristen. For Trayon and you riding around in this Benz that you thought he bought and paid for, didn't carjack to get it, what did you think when he was riding around with 2 pistols and a Draco in the back?
Text is Memphis.
Because that's what he had, right? A Draco-style assault rifle.
I can't tell. I just know he had some type of weapon.
Well, you called it a Draco when you interviewed with law enforcement.
Yeah, it should be then.
Right? So that's what it was. And some pistols, right?
It was a lot more than that. It was plenty guns in the car.
And that's what you and Trayon were riding around with.
Yes, sir.
Let me ask you this. At least November 16th, 2021, were you a felon?
No, sir.
What about Trayon?
I can't tell.
You don't know?
No, sir.
Well, when you get to Bradley that night, why do you have to drive the Mercedes?
There was Treon told me to do pump gas and drive it around. Yeah, I didn't even know we was going to give it to the truck. I just know when we came around, when I got done pumping gas, we all pulled off, came back around through the store again, and we gave it to him. I didn't know why, I didn't know what he did it for, I just know we gave it to him.
And the only time you've been in the car was that night? That Mercedes?
No, sir.
You've been in it before? How many times?
Twice, 3 times. Just wanted to get the ride when I called Treon.
Right. What about, did you ever have to get anything out of the trunk for him? Or did you just get in the front seats and, into the passenger seat, in and out?
Yeah, my wallet.
You had to get your wallet out of the trunk?
Yeah, no, it wasn't in the trunk. It was in the car.
Okay. What about the trunk? Did you ever go in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never went in the trunk?
No, sir.
Never touched the trunk?
No, sir.
Do you know, well, you knew there was tags from multiple states in that trunk of that car, though, right?
No, sir.
You got in change the tags that night?
No, sir.
Okay.
I have no idea what the tag was changed. I didn't even know nothing about it. One thing I did was get in the car and go places that I wanted him to take me.
You said you thought Trayon had bought that Mercedes, right?
I didn't say that. I just said I didn't know where he got it from.
I think earlier you said you thought he bought it. He had a job.
Yeah, I just said he had a job. I didn't say he bought it.
Okay.
I said I didn't know where he got it from.
Because you knew him to steal cars too, didn't you?
No, sir.
You didn't tell police that you knew Trayon took a stolen Infiniti and a Challenger?
No, sir. One thing I can say is I told him we had a Infiniti. We didn't have no Challenger. I don't know nothing about no Challenger. But
Okay.
where did he come from?
So, if the police have a report from your interview that says that, they just got it wrong.
Yeah, it seemed like.
Okay. Now, when you first got interviewed by the cops in this case, you told them you'd never been in that Mercedes, right?
One time I told him I'd never been in Mercedes when Dolph died. I didn't have no idea what happened. I told him I was in Mercedes, but just wanted to get a ride. That's all I told him.
All right. You didn't tell them. What about Valero? They asked you if you'd ever been to Valero.
And they showed me the pictures of me at Valero. That's when I told them that's where, when the day we gave it a drop.
But before they showed you that picture, you said you had never been at the gas station, Valero gas station at Highland.
I didn't even want to tell them nothing really, because I didn't have no dealing with it.
You even were shown a picture of yourself pumping gas and said you didn't know who that person was, right?
Yes, sir.
You were asked earlier if you knew, you say that it's Justin Johnson got that Mercedes. You said, did you ever know why Justin Johnson was getting the Mercedes, or Straight Drop was getting? You said no, right?
Yes, sir.
But that's not what you told the police when you were interviewed again on November 29, 2001. Right?
Interrogated me.
And during your questioning, interrogation, whatever you want to call it, you told them that Drop said he needed the Mercedes-Benz to slide up on his baby mama.
That's what the comment was when he got it for sure.
All right. So earlier you said you were asked directly, did he ever tell you why he needed it, why he wanted it, what he was going to do with it?
That was the comment he made.
Okay. So he, according to you, he did tell you.
He didn't tell me that's just the comment that was made. I wasn't in none of their business. I don't know now one of them, so I wasn't in their business. I was just sitting in the car doing what I was doing.
And this person you're saying Straight Drop during this interaction, what did you see him do at Valero?
Get in the car. When we got there, we got some gas. After we got some gas, we were trailed in the Audi, and the Infiniti, and the Benz. When we got done getting some gas, we rolled out. We came back through the store lot at the air pump, and that's when we traded cars.
Now, after you heard Dolph got killed, You called Trayon, right?
No, sir.
You didn't?
I was with Treon the day Dolph got he dropped me off. And we asked him, did he have anything to do with Dolph being dead? Because if he did, we're not going to be around him. That's something.
Well, you told detectives that you had a conversation with Trayon after the homicide and stated that you called him.
No, sir.
That's not true?
I was with him on the day of. He dropped me off in Raleigh and then finished.
All right. And you told Trayon, according to what you told them at the time, that people were trying to put your name in as one of the shooters in Dolph's murder.
Yeah, that was for sure.
When was this conversation?
The day after. The
Day
day after
after?
me recognizing that Dolph was dead, and the day after that, we recognized that the car we were just in that had something to do with Dolph.
And you already knew the day after he's killed, that people are putting your name in it.
It's my family. Like, they know what car we were just in. Like,
Who's your family? When you say your family,
Dolph people, like Dolph, like they're my family.
Can you explain that to me a little bit more? Are they your blood relatives?
Yes, sir.
How are y'all related?
Cousins.
Okay. And you're saying the family would have known that you were driving around in that white Mercedes?
Yes, sir.
How would they have known that?
We was calling them, letting them know when we got to being.
You called Dolph's family.
No, we
Who?
called people that were related.
Who'd you call?
I can't tell.
What do you mean you can't tell? You don't know?
They're not in it.
Who'd you call?
Can't tell. Treon did all the calling.
I thought you just said you called them. They're your family.
They is. But Treon did all the calling.
But why is he calling Dolph's family?
He trying to get it. He trying to get the car gone.
Why would Dolph's family know how to get the car gone?
It ain't just Dolph family. There was plenty of people that we were trying to get the car to.
Well, you just said it was Dolph's family. Who you were calling. That's who we're talking about, Mr. Garner.
Yeah. Yeah. When I
So
was
you
out-
stole a car, and back again. You said earlier you didn't even know the car was stolen.
Why you keep saying I stole the car?
Why are you trying to get the car gone if you didn't steal it?
I didn't steal it, but Treon was trying to get the car gone.
So Trayon stole it.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? Why is he trying to get rid of the car? If he bought it.
I can't tell you, and I didn't say he bought it. I didn't know where he got it from.
So you're in a car, however Trayon got it. That you're calling, you say, Dolph's family before he's killed to try to get rid of the car for whatever reason.
It was way, way before Dolph was even anything dealing with Dolph. Like, we've been trying to get the car gone. Like, it was way before this. It didn't have nothing to do the day of, the day after, the day before, none of it. It was way before when he picked me up. The first time he picked me up, he was trying to get the car gone. I didn't get in his business. It's not my business. I'm just getting in here to get a ride.
What's way before? Let's start there. It was way before Dolph was killed.
Yeah.
How far before?
About a week or two.
All right, and you're saying that's way before.
Yes.
But Trayon, according to you, is calling Dolph's family. And Trayon's not related to Dolph too, is he?
It just knocked off family. You gotta realize everybody grew up with each other. So everybody know everybody. It's Memphis. Everybody know everybody.
Well,
Sorry.
I'll let you finish.
He got done calling them. They didn't want to get it. They didn't have nothing to do with it. So, man, I guess he did what he did and gave it a drop. I don't know. I can't tell you why he gave him what he did it for.
But you're concerned immediately when Dolph ends up murdered because you know that you or Trayon, one of the two of you, has reached out to Dolph's family and tried to unload a white Mercedes. Right? Which is in the video, driving away.
My fault, but why you keep saying it was just Dolph's family? Like I told you, it was multiple people he was trying to sell the car to.
That's what you said.
Yeah.
That's what you said. You won't tell us who it was.
I
I've asked you that too.
I went through that. That have nothing to do with me.
You
Coming
said-
here to talk about me giving the